Her innocence, Dolores Day, liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers. You have the headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back. Don't be so pessimistic. This isn't funny. You have a bad feeling about this one. So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. The mother of humanism stands up. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else? I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism towers.
Hello again.
Hi again. So, how things... And? What happened? Oh, man. The crab man, you mean? Who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh. Interest.
No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
Yeah. Noid is...
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the... Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, a programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
What a pity. That's my favourite.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you...
Unity! Dance!
And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, honour man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a work... If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy.
The lines in the dark exist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him...
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Oh, man! But the drug lab was like an integral part of getting the club going.
For me, it was my favourite part. Chemistry's great. Besides, imagine anodic music is great and all, but drugs, they make you feel really good. When did you last feel really, really good? But that's exactly what drugs are for. Exactly. Time to expand your mind.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend. He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through news. Well, yeah, sometimes.
The man smiles. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Goodbye, officer.
The young man...
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega, internally coherent. All core, all right!
He furrows his brow as his very large head...
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am the...
So you had a talk, but that's fine, man. But I've got to warn ya, I'm doing what I...
It's not easy for him. It probably took him years to get used. He looks like a well-thought-out individual.
A sticker? You mean the yellow...
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
So so I can hear you do it.
Noid, don't bother our guests.
Piss off on
You shouldn't talk like that.
Cool. Anyhow, what was the... Seems like my creation has found its way into the dead guy smiling. He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie. The present moment, or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats. It should be sold, but not by us. Well, the sticker, the clothes, not alone. Many people are thinking the same. Well, the sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing. It is. I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what weird stuff? Why has got
The People's Republic of Samara.
nothing's
The sickest.
most of it psionic powers, pale yard.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic.
Nah, you heard me.
Our Canada policeman. I hope the waves. I can wash it for you. But it's going to.
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then. And must say,
It's the ledger you found.
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Found? That's medium concept stuff. Not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah.
It's an okay jacket, if you are into that look.
Of course. Drink first, story later. Not much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinaise. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of...
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. So our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see? Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest, with no head on his shoulders, wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man. If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. But life is a cruel mystery. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this.
This wouldn't be the depot.
What?
I read the case file, but please, go.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula DuPont and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold. Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ula De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless found rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story. No, she committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle. Not a pretty scene.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another. Anyway, that's the story of the headless found rider. Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport. Are you?
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Hard to argue with that.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it. Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. Acid gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band. No one knows.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I actually do have one. Do you have anything to fortify old... It's very hard to tell a story when one's mouth is dry.
Okay. Yes?
The waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much? Of course, question time.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all? Holding a funeral doesn't mean you love death. Don't be childish. Our things are part of our life world.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
You're back. Good. What can... You have?
Finally, time to choose sides.
Of course, Detective.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any...
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt... How could I stop you?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and he's able to contain the anger and surprise. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean what.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reaction.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Is there a... Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask, why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
Yes, detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down. And because I don't like the idea, of course, detect. Until then, is there anything I can...
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Can I help you?
What is this thing?
Okay, well, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Got the 20 real? You must be kidding, right? Yeah, good one, officer. But this establishment owns...
Freight, near the gates. They'll exchange it.
Then why are you wasting...
The man fingers his... The machine. So this is... The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
At some point, 20 years ago, looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pin...
A creak.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even worked.
Remember the dice maker?
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the...
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager... He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story. About...
Stupid superstition. But still, it's not a ghost story. It's a curse. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledgement.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
She looks at the dried chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. Because of the wind?
Or an admirer?
Ruby? She couldn't have left it. She's not old-fashioned like that. I don't know what that flower was doing there.
Six crumbling petals.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybell.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. The revolutionaries, so the communers and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the civil... Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
The petals feel dry. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none. Inland, above the Martinez distributary, the channel that brought wastewater from the wrinkled fingers of an old man crush flower petals, then sprinkle them in the stream like... Wait, have you noticed there's a war veteran playing a ball game? on the plaza. You should ask him about.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Nothing happened. The sky.
Silence, officer.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with. There it is. The orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic for it. A mirror hangs.
Again?
Yes? What is it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
Whoa, how does she know your name? She probably heard it from somewhere. You have to be more careful.
Yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Horrible, truly.
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse. And I really liked it. Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask? The sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go home. Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
You're an asshole. You know.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forget?
Yes, I called you by your name. God, everybody knows your name. Please go finish your investigation so everyone can go home.
Hey.
Well, well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, yes, that door, sure. No, I don't. Awesome bore.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Oh, okay, well, I did hear you make noise back there.
He's really, really holding himself back here.
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there. No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. It's a sign of the Whirling in Rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this.
Relax, Mr. Gart. I'm sure there is no doom. He simply wants to share his discoveries with you.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tile work? These high ceilings? The nice rooms? Well, for 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough without some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved. Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real...
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast, and you're sad.
Good pick.
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old...
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the Whirling. Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, why?
He really doesn't like it being classier.
What's that supposed to mean? Fuck you, buddy. She's not my taste. Good thing she pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be... Now, was there anything else? I have like... What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know.
The color has drained from his face.
Absolutely not. Fuck you for even implying it. Wasn't me. It wasn't my stuff. The establishment will look...
Sir, he was only asking a question. It's his job and mine. See that it's...
Yes, I absolutely will. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Yes?
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Not yet. But I was able to condense the database 57.
In the cabin, you...
Looking for some...
Right, two, one.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
Técnicamente debería parar el directo porque ya están... Ah, bueno, no han dicho la palabra proletariado, pero ajá, queda implícito.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the boss man, we're negotiating. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place. All of it. However, right now we want...
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties. Watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corrupt?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
Not you, you would like to say. But then there's that... This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. just the way the world works, Boyadero. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of it all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
I think this race...
That will be the...
There always is.
Race is reality.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Mr. Clare also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race. Of course you are. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music? Stop explaining yourself. No one cares about your beliefs. Offshoot, I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable. We are the future. I am a descendant. No.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
Yes.
This could have made him more open to discussing the race enigma with you.
There is nothing funky. Those are a risk. The Vesper, the other overproduct, as proven by the Maun and the Areopagi, the lad.
Nature was not capable of more. The Koikos of Grad.
To an untrained pinkness, the Koiko.
Wouldn't he be one for?
It's Lidos. Surely.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening. But that seems a little off.
The revolution enough of Tibet. Tips the F are a museum of lesser the mesquite.
It seems unlikely that...
Then there is. That is understand. I cannot possibly...
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye, badass on the edge. Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak. This is the beginning of your legend. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you. instead hundreds and the same. You already went through all of. Remember, Lee, all items on the list have been crossed out. The drawer slides. The payphone hangs mute. You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since. before the cargo container. Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from the door.
Satisfied?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click.
You can't be serious.
The man stands at the far end. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. Trying to visualize in the general stillness, only your tongue moves. Flicker.
Welcome.
You can't.
Now, what can I do? Whoever, anyhow. My name is Rustam Diodor.
Mr. Diodor, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the Art.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit that...
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it... And yet, it never seems to get us in.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from all I did.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that.
But then, some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. Sure, and they really doesn't. At least every man gets what it is true.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on?
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is the Weiss-Weismann co-0.9. That's not good.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. They're actually...
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit...
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. I can be traveling. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Oh, interesting. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides, they're simply spending money. Smart luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just...
Could you please stop asking people for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. As you may know, here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? Yes, and maybe you can make...
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally...
Thanks for stopping.
Oh, hey, mister.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart too. How can I help you today? Mega rich light bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light bending guys.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest... I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry. I'm very glad to hear that, Harry.
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
Just as I thought. Culturally and... Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and...
Yes, yes. Do you think this...
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this, but he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right? Of course, Harry. I'm not a real police officer. You are.
That's all he's going to say on this subject.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent... Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship.
He performs a motion as if spraying...
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa. You name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burn... Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the... Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need... Yes, but enough about one of them got downright suicidal. Getting...
By negotiate...
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people. There's a militant wing inside the union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but...
That sounds a bit like
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen.
Again. That sounds...
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy. He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martin A's...
Uncertainty belies his boasting. So he doesn't want to counter with a narrative that exonerates the Union. But why?
Oh, Liz is a bright one.
Wait, the girl by the whirling, who was keeping an eye on. Don't give him the pleasure.
I did that, didn't I? She thinks of herself as a guerrilla fighter. These middle-class kids and the books they read are crazy, Harry. I think she would rather be an insurgent than a lawyer. I hope it's a phase. How do I? Last week, these guys...
So you believe the scabs...
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just... Of course, you're always one step ahead. So they shot him.
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard. What I do know is... Oh, they are simply fine young men. Old Theo used...
Interesting. Who's second?
They're almost... Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding... Was it a good talk? I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as...
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already... Yes, the little cul-de-sac on the coast, where all the men have drowned in either the sea or... They are just going to have to deal with...
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? We're going to build a youth centre...
He means it.
You bring joy to my heart. You need to get... Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we... Most certainly. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind? See you soon.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12th, the youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some... It's going to be awfully close to the already existing build. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a...
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have to... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access and for the next 12 to 40 months. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Hola, wandering man.
Is it, wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do?
No, you don't work for the union. The union works for you. That was easy. Worryingly so.
I don't really know anything. Uh-huh.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants.
Here you go.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
The tear machine stands in the tear machine. Your bottles.
Right. What about him?
She gives you a short nod.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are...
For what it's worth, I agree. But coquetry...
I don't even have a cock.
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The story.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a... I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck. You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment.
You stirred up some bad memories.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the...
Enough! I can go off.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating. Revolution Fair 91 in the Thorberg. This was the happiest day of my life. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual. I was 22.
The Ikeda operation was a 7-year...
I won her back. But while I was dealing with some...
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing.
Dark cloud?
Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the city? Sure, officer. No, thank you. Sweet, sweet Jenny. Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Sweet, sweet, we knew her. She was...
And then you stole her from me.
Well...
Well, no point starting this all over again. For the 1,000...
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the road. All the old boom.
Everything's still cool here, me?
This man probably comes from sea.
Very cool. Everything's still...
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
Super cool! Now the premium lifestyle is yours.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hand.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you. Sure, let me have a look. Another time. Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? another time, Pat.
All the old typical Martinez streetlight sits.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter, and I do apologise for the...
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation?
The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours. Exactly. But what? Be very careful what information you're gonna share with her.
Clever. If you suspect a woman in this sort of skullduggery, good move on their part. First-rate find. That should tell you all you need to know about their network, I would. So this goes beyond Jamrock. At least you now understand the gravity of the situation, and those maps should prove very valuable indeed. That speaks of the vastness and sophistication of the operation. Were you able to examine the radio? Taking it out of commission will deal a blow to the smuggling network. That speaks of the sensible for her to disable access to such essential information. I appreciate you. Now, I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but this... Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small...
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were disbanded.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric. Absolutely not.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell. An Oranese. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience.
So, what...
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was taken out. Nothing. It's a smoke.
What is the nature of this?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. They won't. My only hope is that yours provides a if you don't...
They would have to project.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be a time.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in...
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots.
As I said, a bloodbath.
It appears you found it, yes, and I'm not happy for you.
Too many things have already gone wrong. Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is they boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welch.
Meaning they're used to operating in wars.
Yes. All the good Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had... If you still have access to the...
Do you know a lot about the inner working?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
If you mean did I see him alive? Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. He was 40.
This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. And classier.
He was, Occidental. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the...
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the...
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe...
Of course it bothers me.
Your concern may be appear...
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may?
Heavens, no. I'm not... I hope I can answer it better. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, that the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the exception.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place?
Last Sunday night. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands... That's a good question, officer. Until the executions...
They don't report their progress to you.
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half...
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper...
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearl...
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The point close. port cities. This is an Oronese map of the water, quite a few.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Revachol.
The old.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor. And these are no his platoon members? The other do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tutu should come before.
We will be careful, ma'am.
The sailor's soul would you. Is there anything else I can help? You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it? Here? Oh, no.
It's clear the village has already grown dear to her. Strangely so. Why?
No, don't tell me. I don't want to know what he has in store for this place. A giant statue of him. Or better yet, his twin brother. I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an old... He's probably dead by now. Even his... Yes, I was slumming it. Not overly so. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast.
She's sentimental, all right. You don't know enough about her to find out why exactly. She will keep her secrets for now.
A youth center with Edgar Go ahead. First, there won't be a youth center. What? A fishery. Sadly, it's just one of the million... Yes.
She is more
full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information? A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Oh my.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
That's good to hear, Detective.
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't ask anything.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal, and it was not for nothing.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Naturally, Detective. Of course, Detective. Waves are beginning to die down.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Where are you?
The buzz of electric light.
Yes, my suggestion is don't.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, 10 meters away. Other shades are lined up in an orderly. A long time has passed. The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has a host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern ordinary people. Collateral damage on the path toward normalcy and progress. Maybe you should change it. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark men of duty. Dark duty. In all truth, violence offers no answer. It's only the last available resort when all mediation fails. And here, all did fail. The commandant, the one who did...
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a cold sea wind. There's no way the perk is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed. Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable and dangerous. Dangerous too.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
go. Nice and easy. No.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which...
Who's there? Oh, the police.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of assignment.
Is that the police? Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe that?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy. What's this about? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881. You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena...
Sir, your wife is with...
I just have to do one more round. See...
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Well, good question. Being a phasmid of the Order Fan, and I suspect it may have also... It's my hype, but I cannot...
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species...
Seems puny, to be honest.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology. Even simply catch very little. Not yet.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its...
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid...
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite... Yes, the most... It's the first credit I have to resist.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
And it shouldn't. Nature does not concern herself. Well, they may not. Yes. Simple. At least, that's the intention. Locusts.
Inside the traps, a meat-eating stick insect. Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior?
Thank you.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
They'll work, I assure you.
The traps do seem...
Yes. What? And I'm eager to return. My wife understands that.
Come on, Morale.
And leave the traps.
Come on.
Won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Of course it's important to her.
She's seen it.
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious...
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. No.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
At least it will give us the excuse to look into a lot of...
That it will. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little pen. Another we set. The third is set near the... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one. Bring it to me at once. Just make sure that... That's highly unlikely, officer. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canisters.
It is precious.
Right. Which...
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and...
Finally! Someone's talked.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, but what if the information is vital? On the... What about his eager to leave friend?
I've just all...
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
It's not child's play, no. Of the list of 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in... Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should... Indeed.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. My methods do not know.
Interesting. Something for later.
Everything from forgotten.
He's interested in things that people believe.
Most establishments, yes. All right.
You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
I see you've been talking about cryptids with Lena.
A warm wave passes.
We travelled to South Safra to look for it once. Gary and I got stuck in a rainstorm, though. The search was fabulously unsuccessful, but the people were very nice.
What? South Safra? They're just on a different rung of...
Really? You kept complaining about how...
They're a nascent culture.
Yes, back to cryptozoology. You don't want to sow disagreement between friends.
Formerly the most dangerous...
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivore. Yes. The dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh just like an ordinary... You can.
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece.
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things.
Understood, Lieutenant. A willow person. It's a long...
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not people. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage the area. And after waiting, I chased it with a
lavender shadow.
I know you. Furthermore,
he makes it a real point here to sound for...
Confirmed. It's 100% verified. And meets... No, if... Me?
This is a gruff man who's been...
By all means.
Metal and plastic.
That over there.
You lift the boy out of the water without... The number 11 has been written.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
It It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop, and decay. There's something in there. A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae.
Well, damn. We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
I have no idea. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. This is only a small loop. That may very well be the case. We should keep an eye on her.
You could ask them. The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling. Still again. Someone with a mess.
Hello, Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
No, but I got a feeling I'll kick your ass is gonna make an appearance.
Phone. Disconnect. Calling. 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 Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
The phone gets disconnect tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull down. Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is another destination. 005 is Revachol, ZOC. 001 is Grad, on the Gradian Isola. where the telephone was invented. The next 2 digits you dial, 4144471117 Your fingers keep moving like a spider every time the ring yes. 451-67-4451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird stopped calling in the night. The saddest sound, calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Calling. Then the...
Hello? Who is this? No. It's you, isn't it? It's you. Dora. Who is this? The connection is bad.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. A gift that was... And fight in the distorted... Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack, unable to piece together the big picture. The scattering of bullet holes.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle. The manufacturing and sale of...
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand 10 meters away. Other shades are snowflake along the abundance of bullet holes. A host of they stand ordinary. Collateral, maybe you should. 7 men of in all truth. Violence offers no answer. The commandant.
I don't know. Perhaps...
Remember what?
Another like...
Or maybe...
Yeah. To be honest, if...
A cold...
Go.
There's a silly...
Who's there?
His...
Is that the... Don't worry, Gary. To what?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Oh, no. Hey, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That you broke the waterlock with a motor carriage. There was a billboard in...
Did he say...
Yes.
Sir.
I just have...
His hands are large and weather-worn.
I'm afraid...
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook. Then...
Well, first of good question. And I it's my hope, but I cannot do...
Yes, it makes perfect... Seems puny, to be honest.
Typical. Even simply cat... Very little. Not yet. I know...
It's clear.
By which I mean... I've heard enough... Yes. It's the first... I have to
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species...
And it shouldn't. Nature does not... Well... Yes. Simple. At least, that's loca.
Inside a meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to...
They'll work.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully
Thank you.
Not a big fan.
Yes. What? And I mean my wife.
Come on and leave the... Come on.
Won't let Lena down. Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife. Shit.
Of course it's...
She's seen it.
Yes.
Needless to...
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian... No.
He's dead. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here. Yes, indeed. There are 4. Another with the 3rd. You should check.
That seems like a lot. Do we really? I have a feeling the only people full...
Bring it to me. That's hard. It's made of musk and research chemical.
I hope you're not buying it.
It is precious.
Right.
Whatever he...
Finally.
Thank you for your...
If it's more but what about his eager to leave friend?
I've just...
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open...
It's not child's play. Just because after... No. Of the list of tuber cat... Yes. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptis... Most indeed.
He has clearly done his math on this.
Yes? All right?
You need to ask him about specific cryptids.
I see you've been taught
A warm way.
We travelled this.
What?
Real?
Darren?
Yes, back to cryptozoology. You don't want to sow disagreement between friends.
By all means. It's truly not that real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed, no. Everything.
He's
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration. Not... No. Of the list of two... Yes. We cryptozoologists, indeed.
He has clearly done.
Yes? Okay.
Layman?
A willow...
Willow people? Not at all.
They're not they're very... You probably have. Gary and I, after I chased it with
a lavender shot.
On up furthermore...
He makes it a real point here. To sound...
Confirmed. It's 100 form.
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is so...
The most dangerous Yes. The dread moose. Human rim. Just like a... You can...
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here?
Of course you do.
The body's...
A detective.
Understood, Lieutenant. No Me?
This is a gruff man.
By all means.
A metal and
That over there.
You lift the boy out of the water without the number...
Simple construction.
There's something... It smells like a shot block.
Well, damn. We still got here too late. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. No, that may very...
You could ask the miss. The remaining windows rattle, dripping. There's rust and
No, I had a part.
This partner of his, eyes.
Well enough.
His head. You see, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. We might find her down somewhere. In conclusion, I hope not.
There's no echo. You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is calling. Still again, someone.
Hello?
Hello, Girard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
No.
Phone disconnect. Calling, calling, calling. Still.
Stop calling. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
The phone disconnect. Tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
If I could go just 1 month.
The man, you do not. Seems lucky you. The call went too fast. You close your... Strange. This is... You dial 0041 11. Yes. 4 and ultra calling. Calling. The sad callings. The handset. Stuff you can't. Some strange fall. Calling. 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 Callings. Then...
Hello? you. Dora. Who is this?
Dora. The name feels like a... And fight in the Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
You're not ominous, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. Yes, I'm in my rover, sleeping. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
No. I want to go to sleep. Yes. What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain. Your hand isn't moving. The headset hisses in your ear with evil sadness. She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. Kingdom of conscience. The kingdom of conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything.
It's not the anodic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of thought.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want...
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need...
She thinks about it.
Alright. Bring me the game's offsite copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it. No, that's the production sketch you used.
In his defense, it was simply lying in the desk drawer of an...
Okay, but still, it's a backup of my former employee.
She's making it extra.
The backup itself is destroyed now.
Hold on. If it's called an offsite copy, then why is it still on site?
Oh god, not this again. It is not on site. It is in the
basement. Sounds like it.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What? We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you might in the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took... Zawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Zawiza. God, he was always so... Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly... And the heads... I won't even get into the heads.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Wait, what?
You know, we don't actually have to tell the entire world about the fridge.
Whose body is it? You put it there? You put a dead body inside the ice bear fridge. Okay. Very cool.
We would appreciate it if you kept this knowledge.
Who would I tell? My mother? I don't have... The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. No.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning... Thanks. And here's my Falson's multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get...
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not the legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version 2.0 for professionals like...
Yes? Thanks.
Was there...
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and you slip your...
Didn't so now.
Equip the multi-tool by going to the Tools tab.
This orange machine is buzzing like... orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a ice squeaks beneath. This orange machine is buzzing like an old ice squeaks. This orange machine is buzzing. Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Gewaltsund multi-tool. Inside, on a frosty platform, lies an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty.
A scoop of ice cream would have been nice, yes.
You gently lift the...
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and Kilda as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well a new...
Yes, but aren't you... Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one, somewhere in... A few bricks have fallen off, revealing...
Seems like an old bird. It means there are...
He likes this fight. The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the... Two cables up an electric scissor. Something close to you dies with a sock.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait, no. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
No, it's not dangerous. Just depressing. I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that. Sorna doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She...
Here, I found it. Hold on.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. I found the coordinates.
She's beaming. You can feel it in. Great job.
Thank you. There, in the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me.
You like moving things around. Moving things around.
Just walk over to the circle. Thanks.
It's awfully silent again. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Each chalk drawn. Oh boy, this is going to be good. It moves like a ghost. Some water spills out of the lead programmer. Set time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place.
What is it? Prayed. Everything...
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphone. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired. Yeah, you're right.
The lieutenant takes, and then nothing happens. As you can hear some small animal, she doesn't answer. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together.
Damn it. No, of course not. Nothing happened.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can...
Silence is silence? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing. Heavy, but there's some... They're ghosts.
Well, did you hear anything? Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into... And then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic. Or when your ears pop. Or like a... What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco net. You mean the speed freaks? Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me? I guess I could...
Brilliant negotiating there, detective. As a...
Sure. Let me know how it goes.
guy again. So, our thing... Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're an... That's fine. And what about the side business? Have you made up your mind? Oh, man, really? Fine. We can make...
Yes, what is it?
What? What did you say? I can't hear you! Oh, the project! It's not going well! There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care. Thanks! Let me know how it goes!
Back to the heavyweight. Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his...
Hardcore! Ah!
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata. The place to be. Yakokata is a hot...
An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore pop.
There is a plane.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. It's the message. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows.
Hardcore. Ah.
Is it though?
One mind. We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the internally coherent. All car. All.
He furrows.
Hard.
Is it though? But is it? I mean really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
To the mega! Yeah! Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church.
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on. This is...
Whoa, thank God.
Great! Someone...
Everybody! The honor will be back! But we're Yeah! The first pay...
Could it be? Maybe for him. You only have a...
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra. I think it's super hardcore, but you're right.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto. Like it's not fully formed yet. You might.
Wow!
For a moment, you almost think he's going to put his hand down.
I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot sink it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? No! This is the answer! Yeah! No nation, but transnation! No war, but class war!
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't.
Yeah!
Unless you were thinking Revershaw imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean. That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop too. He's not a communist.
Yeah! With the rebel yell! Oh sure, I can do that. If you want,
Please don't turn him into a moralist. I don't even know what to say to that.
it's time to compromise. I'm swiftly moving toward a solution.
You feel Jermaine Egghead's smile is too enthusiastic. But it'll have to do for me.
Basically, yes it is. Lungs are for love. Love!
A dopamine surge accompanies the words. It feels like electricity flowing.
All right!
Yes, what is it?
Okay, but
Maximum! Maximum!
I know it is, but could you please turn...
Pump it to the brick!
Glue style? Okay, they're literally...
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Of course it is.
Yeah!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoic. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and low.
What?
No, we should definitely do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside. No way. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you. Not in the speakers. Not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds. It's out there now. In the world, it will devour every floorboards, the glass, the...
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about to break.
It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like...
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
The beauty and...
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously. His eyes...
The window is going to come down! No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down. And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. It was mathematical information from the anomaly. I have no...
Her voice seems muffled in the...
Yes,
that it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliskov. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's totally chill with...
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre.
Now.
Yes.
Some tiny hard thing. You have an explanation for all this. You don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together. It's getting late, and...
Good night, officer.
As you look at the floorboards, in this corner, the edge of a floorboard next to it, hollow space underneath, nothing particular catches your eye. Something bad. You stick your hand in and start combing through a small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. It's extra ammunition. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling. This isn't ammunition against you. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small... The water You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. On the table, you see a bowl of water. Your hand trembles as you scratch your... On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman. You use the small mirror. The sharp blade chafes against your skin. They feel so smooth, Surprisingly, the water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and you almost look like a professional. Your face, such as it is, a regular human. An old mirror hangs on the wall. The bed is comforting. The bed underneath you.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone like...
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. It's much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone. Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Yes? Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps, I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the... either way, good on you. You were saying?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope they damn that girl.
And without anger,
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into? That girl.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
I cleaned it, like I always know. Yes, early.
She probably heard the Lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Yes, that is a...
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of...
Did she talk to you much during her last...
No, she was mostly silent this time. She tried not to let it show. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Aye. Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment.
No, she's a fighter. Nothing of the sort. She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some. How would I?
You could ask her about it.
Aye. Do exit from...
The lieutenant stops writing.
No, she's a fighter. How would I?
You could ask.
Aye. That bad? Is it? Not that I know of. Although I guess she was... I don't know. Further up the coast...
It's a peninsula. She might be...
You'll never find...
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Yes, it's going to be too much.
The fell electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want to know? Yes, let's hear those other questions. One thing...
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl.
Hello, mister. Bye.
She's whistling a melody. Her trusty contact.
Hey there. And yes, I'm being more like Contact Michael, right? Don't even bring it up. No. I act good, I think. Sorna, the programmer. She's... Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favour. Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on. Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess. Who knows? He doesn't really... Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Actually, one time...
The worst.
Egg came with us. He made... It was definitely... People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. You wish you'd been there.
Oh, that. He's the party boy. A nod at music...
Pachoo, pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
Yes, forever. Anyway, even... He basically...
I understand.
Who do you want to know about? Oh, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how... But earlier today, she told me about Welkins. And she's... Andre.
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. Nothing. Must have taken it as a sign. I've never seen him so... I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know? Yes. Anyway. Yes. Come to think of it, yes.
This is the first time you've heard her laugh.
He's in some kind of a self-destruction mode with that hair of his. Bleaching it like that. Probably wants to get rid of it altogether. Who do you want to know about? He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle. What do you mean, do? Like, for a living? He's a carpenter, trained and all. He abides by the hardcore, sir. I abide by the law.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her.
It's just something poor Fallberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people. Yeah. I hope you do. Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of something.
It means I don't answer questions about myself. All right. There is. Thank you. Sure. Welcome back.
The silver bird has already flown away. I will catch it later.
Welcome back.
O pasaro de agint. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's a...
Excuse me?
She's attempted to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean? Alright. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died. What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. So after his death, we had nothing left. And it was a stupid idea. And I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs. Else they might... Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
Hear that? Set justice on its feet. Come on. This is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard. He's just going to deny it.
Yeah. Have you seen Everard? No.
Just not.
It's pretty desolate here. I only... superstition.
Yes, what is it?
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single page. Why? That does seem to be a problem. The mother of humanism. Why? That does seem... I don't know. Only a strange little... The mother of humanism.
Yes, we all are. Her name... It's not spiritual.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. You're back? Good. What can I help you with?
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to...
The Pines, and that is the terminal.
She nods.
I fear I've told you all. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Yes, I got the mercenary.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Cortenaer. That's Ellis Cortenaer. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Orange. Then the armor followed him to Semenine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
A name. This is very good. Ellis Cortenard.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity. About...
I'm glad the inquiry was 57th.
In the cabin, you see... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a sec. Sylvie, yes. Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? No? Not me. Yeah, go on. You mean why?
Why not?
Maybe, I don't know.
You hear the...
Anything else I can help you with? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that, 10-10.
Make way for the...
Looking for something?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely heart? Actually, the prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness causing...
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even...
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Yes, he was about to head home. 'Cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the cookette. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself the...
No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do.
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on and not think.
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. The only people who could stand to be and she never... We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
Yes, we are both very sorry.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day, I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies. That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other... There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just an... Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is what I just don't know anymore. About...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. All the other walls on all the... Oh, wall father. Huh? He sounds tired of it. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you must.
A plaster cast bust depicts
Give me a moment.
Hello again, officers.
What for? Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
this door is made no one.
Let's go. There's nothing to do.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. A little ring. There's some... The images... The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities. The lieutenant...
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Try to sneak up.
hand, you hold 4. Why? There's truly no point. You'll never know who did it, because those pages have literally been scattered to the wind. If you the story, Spillane, an extremely unprofessional, and 2 days desperate to clear his name. Of course, Mullen didn't, and not just secret. Your secrets are unknown. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken I. Six crumble.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah, my friend.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right.
You heard the man.
Yeah. Well, oilen are the match.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
We're not bees. We're men. We're socialists.
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do? Scare my men? So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the Madre scum.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said.
No, they're not. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
Right about what? That a 50 caliber bullet goes through shit? Yeah, I am. We got weapons.
That thing has 7 barrels, 1 trigger.
So that's 1 dead and a long reload. But whatever.
Big fucking surprise. What do you mean, okay? No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken.
Oh, yes. That's my morale, but I am so relieved to hear...
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his.
Well, it was summer. The stranger... I didn't know. I tried.
Where did you go? Don't go.
I ran back home to my... For years, we were on a...
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
Our first, yes. Not all of them, as far as I remember. It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me...
What if it is the case?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing.
Of course. I've thought about it. But, so how did I know? You trying to tell her? You're welcome, sweetie.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere.
Hey, was there something you needed? Got the 20 real? Then why?
Yes? Yes? What is it? It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
What was with that? It might be because you have the higher rank.
Well,
Cut the shit.
Hello, officer? What brings you up? Oh.
Did you take the documents?
He's trying to throw her off with the bluntness of the question.
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them. They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
She looks at chipped white.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Why was there Ruby? She couldn't have left it. She's not old-fashioned like that. Hello, officer? What brings you up here again? Hello, officer? What brings you up here again? Hello, officer? What brings you up here again?
A warm column of air rises around you, encircling the building you stand on. You feel its twisting shape. Because it's warm, from the gatherings, from the vapor, a great cumulus is formed. A cloud castle 1,000 meters high. For her, the guest, waiting, as safe as you keep her. For Gloria, soon these clouds will all fall down as rain. Spring will...
You mean here, in Martinez? I'm waiting for the miracle to happen.
And And what would that miracle be?
The return, of course. Now, I know I'm not from around here. I would only be hitchhiking. The return is a big hit in the industrial espionage circles. A lot of desperate, seedy types there. Don't you know, sir? I thought you were from around here. You look like Mr. Revachol. The return, well, it's part urban myth, part political science. It's a fool's hope, sir, and it's also all I've got. They say there will be an event, that it will happen somewhere here. In Revachol West. They say it will happen soon, and that it will change everything.
Le retour.
As I said, there's talk. In the competitive intelligence crowd, a lot of people, like me, we need a new color on the map. It's all blue, you see, and that blue does... No, I came all this way on a false passport and some money. To hide, mostly. In the most... where the walls are still porous and you can slip through. This is just something to get me through soon. But it's been soon for almost half a century now, so don't hold your breath. No need to worry, Lieutenant. I'm sure the streets will not erupt in seditious violence just yet.
These streets? I'm not so sure, miss.
Of the king, of the nation, of communism, return on investment. I don't know exactly. It's meant to be vague. But at the same time, I mean, things can't go on like this forever. Something will give.
It's an empty vessel, an amphora waiting to be filled. Something always returns from the past. It's how the future happens. Many guesses turn out.
Yeah, I guess it is.
So she thinks, at least partly, that this return will feature.
I do.
I agree, Detective. Something is coming. Trouble. It will be a hot spring.
Something is happening in this city. I can...
Her thought trails off. The wind picks up again. Above her, a great cumulus cloud rises.
Hello,
Yes? What about me? What? This? It's just seasonal clothing. Where is this going? Interesting. I think...
It's no mere brain.
Okay, art cop. I do not harbor a sentiment for revolutionary air brigade. Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force. Absolutely nothing. Good. No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing. The eyebrow is exercising. It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, Detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant, but this isn't an old school case.
What?
The lieutenant produced. That's where his conversations with himself. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop can't. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the industrial harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes, I am an unrepentant spoil sport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. Most of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
A good joke.
He does not actually think it was a good joke.
If it helps you work better, okay. See it as competition. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
The silence carries.
Okay. Style me.
It's impossible to tell whether he's serious or joking.
No, I don't. I used to. Plain clothes did the trick. Was there anything else you wanted to... Okay.
It's impossible.
In the new, 20 years ago. It's what a modern cop looked like. Was there anything else you wanted? I bet you do. The 41st is known to kill people. Often.
He neither approves nor disapproves. Yet there is something more there. Something you can't put your finger on.
If you could only... Was there anything else you... I bet you do. If you could only find your... Was there anything else you wanted to ask about? Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever meant...
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but I also think it's somewhat unlikely. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any... Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the... Yeah? That shit means nothing. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly Union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows.
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with...
Yeah, he's the...
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or...
Fuck you.
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit-sniffing hard?
You hear? He's thinking the kid has amassed quite the vocabulary of law enforcement terms.
Me and my partner are wondering, do you guys puff Peter?
Kuno erupts into laughter. An unfortunate choice of words, the lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks. He looks at the harbor walls looming overhead. He could use a cigarette right about now.
Fuck you. He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh.
He's thinking the kid has amassed quite the Good. That's what the lieutenant...
You're tested.
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't fucking.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The little boy had the good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cops in his pocket, and serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. I did some research into this.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off you. No problem.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Yeah, so?
Kuno said you're fat!
Look, pig.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's what after this shit.
Yeah, real interesting.
Yeah, the kingdom of... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pig. Yeah? Kuno, good call, Pigmeister. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno doesn't...
The same two near. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of B prime for Boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the Islet Detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions, let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched. 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is...
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or... It would be the diligent thing to do. Until that...
a thick layer of coal dust. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. The speaker.
Good morning. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Please good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After
Really?
fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. Tiles on the cube are the filament slide.
Oh, it's you again.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. They look pretty ancient.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it.
tequila sunset.
Okay. I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of... I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you.
Officers above the rank of sergeant are granted wide discretion when it comes to their uniforms. The idea is that civilians are more likely to open up to someone who's not dressed like a typical cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. You can still... Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweet. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be. The lieutenant has already...
Eyes up, detective. Something's not right here.
There's some tear. Two empty bottles of Tallulah vodka. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottle.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it. It's no older than a day or two. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air... A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely headed.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Calm now. Carefully. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be a cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue. Oh no, you find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard. You see waves churning below. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. The
tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Rubowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves, the blackness of death. Stench. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rib.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. But that's just a lazy assumption.
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know...
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? I can't see a book. So he took the book to the library, then came back and thought, I'll have one.
I'll have one drink before I get home.
Damn it. He's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd... No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not?
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played. But I think that death arrived through What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. Not that sealing it off would keep... It does seem to be a pretty straight... From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me. I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. That's good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest. station is going to want details, however.
There's some tear. A man lies on the boardwalk. An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't...
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
The library card. Billy is a unit. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. Most of these titles seem to be in the sun. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 00502555211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business.
We already decided to let the station handle this case, so there's no need for us to call the library. Good. We've
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one used. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. I meant no offense, just...
The reeds, the wind picks up. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for... In the distance, you can hear the break.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags. It's not possible to climb that ladder, and even if it were, why? Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
There. 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of a glowing light on the 3rd floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass.
Isn't this a fine morning?
You see a slogan used above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon or Feld Electrical. How Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here, an urban ruin. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical ruin over there, or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building? The once bright mural towers above. The once bright mural towers above. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclude. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. This is the trap, Morel. The reeds, but the later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sun. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No.
Another empty trap. Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
Nothing has changed. The dome shape. This trap's not too behind you. The ruins of a residential building loom over the reeds. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave. He appears completely at ease.
Ah, super. It's the officer. What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market. And well, I wish to see the situation firsthand. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Really? Here? How can you be sure? Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed. Fascinating how much...
You feel like there's something you could say here. If only you really knew what was going on.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's...
God, of course it does. These more...
The comité de responsabilité.
Yes, this is just the sort of reason...
I would offer to connect...
What? Where is he then? He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning... Well, under ordinary...
In other words, the committee only knows what it wants to know.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant coalition aerostatic peacefully patrolling the skies over Rivachal?
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. There, hanging some distance above the horizon, it looks to your eye like some kind of long metallic fish. Not just any fish. It moves like some ancient bottom feeder gliding over the ocean floor in search of prey.
isn't it? A triumph of both technical ingenuity and international cooperation. I, for one, feel much safer knowing it. You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, coalition warship archer, and listening, it has the most objective vantage point. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent... This is quite... But in that case, you would require a radio transmit. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto the... Unfortunately not.
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might...
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. Ah?
You feel like this?
Ah bon? I'm all ears. And then, well, I had some extra time on... Well, you know what they say. In matters of... Really? Ah,
You feel like this?
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful. Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. Well, and then, well, I had some... Ah bon? Always my...
There's no way the perk is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed. Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades, a cold sea behind this. It takes you a moment, but the reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts up the constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And the trap feels like no locust, no phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others, like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not. We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we?
A cold gust of air dries your sweaty face. This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it. Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken...
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Well, good. Of course. The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the you...
Don't let her answer it herself.
To answer your question, yes, they were organized by Wild Pines. The contractors picked them up from Jamrock and drove them over. This is standard practice. The company reserves the right to man its stations. I'm glad you are.
Disappear?
Yes.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files. Does it? The point of the...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time. Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
promising, raise pup, and look, babe.
So unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum. You could have used this opportunity to take solace from the fact that these thoughts will never entirely leave your brain.
Damn, Jean. How are you?
Was there an out of this for you with success? Or was the rhetoric game rigged? I can't tell. The once bright mural towers above you, a breeze. The once bright mural towers a breeze, like a quiet sigh, moves. The once bright mural towers above you, saying, felled electrical. Suddenly, there's in through the collapsed roof.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
This is the trap, the reed, the later it gets. This trap.
Another empty trap. Yep. The next one
This trap's not behind you. When this nothing but
empty as all of them. No, I'm
As you approach, he appears.
Ah, Soup, what brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to... Really? Ah.
You feel like the...
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. My friend.
God.
The comité de rest...
Yes.
I would offer to connect...
What? He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez, in his...
Precis. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in. Yes.
No.
But if you have information of a vital interest, officer...
You thought it looked not just any fish. It moves like some ancient bottom feed.
Fascinating. I always thought it was... You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, coalition... And listen, I find it a great... But in that case, I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those... That might...
Sounds like some...
Let me just always...
There's no way not this time.
The suspect?
takes you a moment. The reeds, the constant. The trap feels light, no locus, no phasmid either. But still, your voice echoes on the...
Well,
the netting is a little untidy, messier than the other.
perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist. We did.
A cold gust of air.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? What?
There was a touch of discomfort there. She nods.
Of course. The scab.
Don't let her answer it herself.
To answer your question, yes, they were organized by Wild Pines. The contractors picked them up from Jamrock and drove them over. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time.
Of course. Anything to help. They've gone. They don't.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Did you miss the part about ceramic art?
That is a bad. That's wise. Our goal is to avert catastrophe. Besides, I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there are more lessons in basic reality, my favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this?
What world?
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest cover.
A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay.
The world is a suzerainty of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world. Elysium. It does. There are those who would call it a term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons.
ORG.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors. Yes.
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is... I am sorry, but this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, you have misimagined. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding.
The cold seeps into you. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there. The lieutenant observes you both, silently.
The pale is...
Yes. His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is...
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else. I I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else.
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside. Six kilometers southwest, to his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil. We always do."
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Precise, nothing more.
Yes, we are the Revachol.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to it. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is, and if those authorities drink so, nothing more.
Yes.
He's being sarcastic.
We are.
Yes. That the RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role yet. The post-revolutionary decade, they called it the internet.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, our Revacholian.
Yes, Lieutenant. And if those authorities drink so hard, they need help recalling the basic terms of reality. Glad to have been of his.
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
Good idea. Just ask.
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a good...
Are you sure you're sure? You're okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass. Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being...
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in an uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. The Great Vision. The area of transition between the world. Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. The most disco thing you will ever see. It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hard.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost or having our minds damaged. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information. That they call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue. It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says.
Up to my gills, officer. Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000...
They had not travelled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later. Hybrid airships detect. In essence, we throw them in and then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter. And the ratio is... What do you think, Detective? Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists. Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilized... I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing the same. Yes, sweet reality. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then... I hope so.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should be do actual police work now.
Good luck, detective.